let's get started coding as usual.
From the high rooftops down to the sea, no one's as dear as baby to me.
So actually, before I start, I wanted to go through something on the stream that I think we can cut into a video later on. So what we have here is a forum topic. So if you're not aware, we have a forum. So if you follow any of our series and you run into an issue, a bug you can't fix, or you are not sure, say how some parts of the code are written. Actually, most of the questions here are about running into a bug and then they can't fix it, and then they come to the forum and then they ask the questions. The reason we have a forum is because if you post your questions on YouTube, the comment section doesn't allow you to post images and it doesn't display code that well. So a lot of users actually come in here and if they have questions, they will just drop their questions right here. So a recent question that I had that would be a very good example of how to debug code as well is by this poster here by the name of Niam Shah. So he's following our Metroidvania tutorial series, and he's run into an issue. So he's tried to code the spell casting functionality in the game, but then the spell isn't coming out. So I'm just gonna run through with you the typical process that I go through whenever I run into a bug in my code. So when you code, I don't know if you've heard me say this on other streams before, but when you code, usually the main obstacle to coders, or the main thing that differentiates a good coder from a bad one, usually it's not about what kind of code you write. Of course that plays a part, but often it's how fast you're able to debug. Because no matter how many years you've been coding, you're always gonna run into bugs. Because you know, a code is just a lot of logic, right? And then no matter how clear-minded you are, you're always gonna run into. You're gonna have certain oversights. You're gonna miss out certain things. You're gonna say misspell a function or something. So he's posted his code here, and I don't have access to his project files. But if you know what's going on with if you have a certain debug process that's in place, no matter whether you see of course if you see the code, it'll be, if you see the errors that come out, it'll be a lot easier. But even if you don't see the errors, if the person describes to you what their problem is, it's possible to kind of see where the issue is. So for him, his spell isn't coming out. That's what he's saying. So if you look through this code, this is not a project that I've worked on. This was worked on by Matthias and Kiefer. You can head over to our series page. Let me just show you the page. Alright, so this is a series that was authored by Matthias and Kiefer. It's about how to create a Metroidvania like Hollow Knight. So Kiefer and Matthias are here. So they're both fans of course platformers, which is why they created this series. So I haven't seen the code for this series, but if I just scroll through the code over here, I can see that the spell is coded inside the spell function right here, which is, let's see, all the way at the bottom. So he's saying that his spell is not coming out. So the obvious problem is either here, or when the spell is cast, right, a coroutine is activated. The reason why a coroutine is activated is because you want to play the cast animation for a short time first before the spell comes out. So the wait here is 0.35 and then the spell comes out after that. So if his spell is not coming out, it's possible that there are a couple of places where it's possible that the code gets stuck. So if you look at my replies to him, right, the first thing that I'm asking him is whether the casting animation on your character plays when you cast the spell. Reason for that is because whenever code doesn't run the way that you intend, usually the problem is at the conditionals, right? Because the conditionals are the one. So whenever you see a function, right, and a function runs, you can be sure that if a function is running, the entire chunk of the function will run. This is not always the case, but this is mostly the case. So if the entire function is running, you gotta ask yourself, why is it that the function is running but the code at one is not running? And usually what happens is the code is not running because you have branches in your code, like we see over here. So because the code branches over here, it's possible for the code to branch over here or over here. So if the code branches over here, your coroutine is never activated. And then here you get, of course, the casting animation not coming up, right? So I asked him whether the casting animation comes up to determine whether the problem is inside the cast coroutine here or whether it's inside the cast spell here, because if you notice, the cast coroutine here also has a if conditional. So I asked him if the casting animation comes out, he says no. So then the next thing I asked him to do was, if you look at this response here, I've highlighted the portions here that we have to pay attention to. Okay, I've asked him to add 3 debug logs over here. Let me just highlight the debug logs in a different color, just to make it a little bit clearer. Which are the lines that he's supposed to add, and then which are the lines that, you know, just for me to highlight certain things. So if you look at, okay, sorry, this went wrong. I wanted to, there we go. Okay, so now this is fixed. Okay, so what I asked him to do was I asked him to add these 3 lines inside. So what does debug log do? It shows you an error message in your, a message in your console whenever the code runs. So why we are doing this is we want to see whether it's because the function is called, but then the condition fails, or is the function not being called altogether. So there are 2 possibilities. So just now I mentioned that the code might have gotten stuck here, right? It might have failed this entire condition and went here. And if it goes here, then that means that of course the spell doesn't get cast. So of course we have one check here to see whether this condition passes or fails, and then we have one check here to see whether the function is called or whether it's entirely not called. So if this message comes out but then this message doesn't come out, it means that our problem is here. If this message comes out but then this message doesn't come out, which is very unlikely because when you call this function there are no if conditions. Okay, but it's possible that you call this and then this message doesn't come out if you call this and somehow this entire game object gets deleted. So this one is pretty unlikely. But I just left the message here to see if this is a block or whether it's blocked here, or whether, so if the message runs here, it means the coroutine has no problem. So then if we see all 3 messages, then we would have had to look at the condition over here to see whether this is the one that's blocking everything. Okay, so I've asked him to print out these 3 blocks over here to see where the snag is happening. And if you go down further, it says the only debug log that plays here is cast spell call. So this means that obviously if this message shows and then the rest of the message doesn't show, it means that his code is getting stuck here. So his code is getting stuck here, which means that we have to analyze which one of these conditions are returning false. So if you look at his conditional here, it says that if I press a certain button, the time since cast is greater than time between cast, and the mana is greater than mana spell cost. If these 3 conditions are met, only then the spell cast. So the next thing I asked him to do was to create a longer debug log over here, and then what we'll be doing here is looking at all these 3 variables. So we are looking at whether this is true or false, and we're looking at this value and this value, which is what I'm logging over here. So I'm checking whether this is a true or false value. I'm checking whether the time since cast. I'm just printing out the value of time since cast and time between cast, and then the mana spell cost. So what I told him also was that it's unlikely that this button is the one that's failing, because if you set the button correctly, then of course this would just be true or false, right? So it's more likely that either the value here or the value here is failing, right? Because these are more complex conditions, it's comparisons, right? So then my response to him was, you look at the numbers over here and you see which one of the numbers don't tally, and then this will tell you whether this is failing, or this entire part here is failing. So here's his response. His response was that everything else actually is alright. So this is false. This is the first condition here is why this is failing, because this value is greater than this value. So the second condition always passes, and this value is greater than this value. So the third condition always also passes. So it turns out, and I've just made a response to him, it turns out that this part here is the one that is failing, and the reason this is failing is probably because he didn't set a button binding for his pass-fail. So then when he's pressing the button is not registering. So it turned out to be a very simple solution. We will see what he responds to this. I think this will likely fix the problem. So yeah, so this is the entire debugging process. So whenever, again, a lot of people, especially beginners or newcomers to coding in general, right? Whenever there is a problem, their first thought is that, you know, Unity is a buggy software, or if you're coding, say JavaScript, oh, JavaScript is a silly script, it doesn't work that well, it's very buggy, or Unity is buggy, or C# is buggy. Usually if an error happens, 90% of the time, it's not because the software is buggy, it's because something that you're missing in the code. And usually the thing that is missing is just that one of your conditionals is causing a problem. So this is applicable actually not just to C# but to all programming languages that you see out there. So with Unity, there are other more specific jams. So the if conditionals are not the only ones that cause issues. Like, so for example, your coroutines can also cause issues. So if your coroutine is running halfway, so over here the coroutine here takes about 0.7 seconds to finish running, right? So halfway, if you delete your game object, then if you delete your game object halfway, the code may run all the way up to here. And say you delete the game object and then this doesn't run, just because the coroutine stops after you delete the game object that this script is attached to. But this is a more Unity specific issue. Okay, so what I'm trying to show you here, or what I'm trying to express here, is whenever you run into a bug, you'll want to use debug logs to check whether the code gets into an if conditional or not. Yeah, so if conditionals are the cause of most bugs, like about in Unity, I would say it's about 70%, 80% of the bugs I see in the if conditionals. Okay, there are some bugs also that come with coroutines, but this one, you know, we'll cover in another video or something, because we don't have a good example to show bugs that appear because of coroutine setup issues. Yeah. So now that I've covered this, if you want to see the topic, it's under, you can go to our forums. It's under blog.terrascore.com/community. And then if you head over to the video game tutorial series forum and head into create a Metroidvania in Unity, you can, the first topic here is the one that I was just referring to. So it's a great primer to, it's a great example to see how, you know, you should go about fixing bugs. I teach in a university, and one of the things that I always run into with code is students coming to me asking me why certain code doesn't work, and it's usually because of the if and else conditions. So there you have it. Okay, so with that done, let's get coding. Let me just recall where I've left off. It's been a while, it's been a week. So let me just look at the editor for a little bit and play the game for a while to see what's the issue. I think the last week I ran into a bug with the weapon evolution, right? Where I ran into a bug with weapon evolution where the weapon wasn't evolving properly. So if I were to level all my weapons, evolution doesn't always happen as intended. So let's say so we have the Soul Eater and we have the Garlic. So then we gotta level them both up to the max level, and then we'll get a Soul Eater. So if I recall correctly, sometimes the evolution just doesn't happen. Let me just max out the Amarola and the Garlic's level, and we can have a look at this. I'm just one level before the maximum, so that when I level up I can evolve my weapon. So come up. So see that? So now the Garlic is not maximum, it's not at max level, but then it still evolves, which obviously is a problem. So this is a problem that I'm gonna fix for today before I move on to fixing the other bugs that we have in our system. So once all the bugs are fixed, this entire code base should be ready for, for us to create part 15 of the series, and then we can release that, and then we get more viewers than we do on this stream. Okay, so let's look at the code for weapon evolution. And the code is right here. Give me a moment. There we go. So here's our code. Let me try and recall where the evolution part of the code is. So there is a evolve section. Where is it? I can't find my code now. What did I do last week? Short-term memory is a real issue. Where is... there we go. It's in the item, right? And we have attempt evolution. And then we decide if we want to consume passives and yada yada yada. Do evolution. Attempt evolution. Spawn a new weapon for a character and remove all the weapons that are supposed to be consumed. So can evolve is the important thing, right? Cannot evolve, the item hasn't reached the level to evolve. You have to check if all the reagents are in the inventory, and the reagents have to be of the correct level as well. There we go. So check to see if all the catalysts are in the inventory. I don't know why I didn't see this last week. We have to check the level as well. So see dot level. It has to be greater than we have to find the item. That's the troublesome part. If the inventory has the item tag, then we have to find I equals to inventory get. Is there a get function that we can use? Item data has all the catalysts. Okay, so let's write a get function because clearly we don't have one. So we need a way for us for ourselves to find a particular weapon. So this one loops through all the weapons. You know why are we using has? We should be using get. Makes more sense to do that. Yeah, you know what? Let's just write a new set of functions for that. So get returns an item data type. And what it does here is well, I can just this is actually same. I just get. Fine. Okay. Weapon slots. So for the has functions, we actually don't need these anymore, and we can just have the has function return the get function too. So just return get. So I'm just gonna keep this function here just for compatibility reasons because I've shared the code base for the previous parts. So if anyone has downloaded that and then they re-download the new code base, the function is just here so that if they use the function, they are still able to get the code running. Let me just shorten it as well, make it nicer. And that's about it. So over here, we just do inventory get C item type Then if we're able to find the item, or rather if we're not able to find the item, or items current level is less than the configurations level. So this is the level that you need for the evolution to happen. And so if you don't have the item, or if you have the item but it's not at the level that is set, then you cannot evolve the item anyway. So let's test this out. I think this should work pretty well. It was an easy fix. I was having so much trouble with it last week. My brain was fried. Perhaps that's why. So it's Pomerola. And let's just keep getting garlic, Pomerola, etc. Okay, let me just again max out my levels, and we'll see where this goes. So this goes to level 3 or level 8. So right now it hasn't evolved, so I'm gonna have to max out the Pomerola as well for the evolution to happen. So code works fantastic now. I don't think the Soul Eater has a knockback functionality, right? Why is the garlic still there? I thought it was really maxed out. Okay, so here's another bug. So now what we have here is that once we get the Soul Eater, we still have the garlic showing up. So we've got to do something about that. Otherwise, we'll have overlapping weapons. But you know what? Let's have a bit of fun. Let's touch up the Soul Eater effect a little bit. Just gonna Photoshop something up. So let's find a reference for that. Let's find a reference for Soul Eater. So how does that look? And we can create a texture for that. So here it is. Here's what I'm trying to find. How does it look? It's just a static circle, right? It's not really a black circle like we see. So it's actually inverted. And we also have to code the functionality of the Soul Eater getting stronger. So much to do today. Gosh. Okay, let's create a proper effect for the Soul Eater. So, go step by step and see how much we can get done today. So let me see if Unity has an existing, we have an existing art asset that we can use as the texture for the Soul Eater. I don't think we do. We have a material over here, but we don't have a kind of like a circular effect, right? So I guess we'll have to create one. Just give me a moment to to figure out how I can share my Photoshop screen. So here's Photoshop. What I'm gonna do is just create a small image over here that is, let's see, gonna be a circle. It's 128 by 128. This will be our effect. It's black and with no stroke. Then we'll move it to the center. This will be our sole ether effect. So the effect is a little transparent in the middle. So we're gonna have to apply a couple of filters over here to get that. Let me see, how can I do this? So let me just duplicate this circle over here and let me just do some things with it. I'm gonna rasterize this, and from here I should be able to add a radial gradient like this, which is reversed. Oh no, wait, this is fine. So we can go for something like this, right? And then this will be transparent in the center. What I want is a black and white image like this, and I can just merge it down, and then here I've got the effect. And I don't want the middle to be entirely transparent, so the next thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna grab this image, just go to levels, and from here I can reduce the black here. So black here means transparent, and white here, it's, of course, it's visible. So I want this image over here, and I want to apply this image to my black over here. So let's go to review all, and this is a layer mask. What a layer mask is it makes something transparent like that. So now we have the sole ether effect. It's transparent in the middle, and it's of course at the edges it's dark. And then we can also adjust the opacity to kind of get how much opacity you want the effect to have. But you know, that's really fine. We can always adjust the opacity inside Unity. So here we have our sole ether effect, and then we can add a little bit of particles as well if we want to, you know, to kind of improve upon it. So just gonna save this as it's best to save images as PNG, because you can compress them, and then but Unity doesn't complain about that. If you use JPEGs, Unity does complain about it at times, you know. Can we save this as a black and white image? That's what I'm thinking. Save some space. You know what? Let's just do PNG. It's fine. So desktop. So usually with images, I like to just compress them before I use them. It's just a nice thing to do, you know. It makes your images more efficient. Okay, so it's done. Now let's go to the Unity editor, and then we can import that file. Okay, where is there we go. Okay, wrong folder, right? It should be under art. Or is it? Oh no, it's correct folder. It's under VFX, right? So Just give me a moment, yeah? Okay, so let's touch up our VFX. So now we have this little texture over here that's real useful for our Soul Eater. So let's go back to the scenes, go back to menu. Sorry, wrong scene. It's the game scene, right? One. And we just want to, let's go to the scene view. Let's just test out the Soul Eater effect. Let's just drop one of the prefabs onto the scene. So where is it? It's under the prefabs, weapons, or Soul Eater. Yeah, so we already have something that's already glowing, which is fine. But we want the particle effect to use a different texture. So let's head over to the Soul Eater aura over here. And what can we do? Let's go to particle system. Under texture sheet animation here, I'm going to add a sprite. And then the sprite that we want to use will be the Soul Eater sprite that we just imported. So assets, art, VFX, and there's a Soul Eater. So what this does is that this makes the sprite okay, wait, did I make a mistake? Because nothing is showing up now. Let's see. Okay, the reason for that is because we use the subtractive particle, so I think we have to I inverted the colors in the first tutorial, right? Which means, or I can just use it. No, let's use subtractive particle. Start colors, fine. Means I've got to invert the image over here to be white. Okay, how do I do that? Get here. There's no option for us to invert image. Because it's not rasterized, is it? Let's just merge this in first. Can't apply the layer mask. And we can just use this image, right? Just use this. Let's try it instead. Soul Eater. Let's compress the image. And let's re-import the Soul Eater image. Here. Soul Eater. There we go. And of course we reassign the sprite. And yeah, there we have it. I think it's working pretty well, all things considered. Perhaps we can reduce the size of the Soul Eater It's not supposed to be that big. This would be radius 1, radius of 0.5. Does it affect anything if I change the what was I trying to say? Yeah, oh yeah, change the sprite size. I mean pixels per unit. Doesn't change anything, right? Yep, doesn't change anything. So now radius is 0.5, and I think that's about it. So then we've got to give this a proper size. Maybe a 10 by 10 by 10 would be appropriate. Then we can also, of course, make it glow a little bit slower by a start lifetime of 2 and perhaps an emission of 5. So it's glowing a little bit more menacingly, right? Then we can, of course, just lighten the effect. And here is our soul liter. More appropriate version of it. So it's lighter, and maybe we can make it glow more intensely. So we glow more intensely, and perhaps also more slowly. We can increase the lifetime even more, and then decrease the rate over time even more as well. There we go. So now we have a real nice glow over here. And finally, we can also add some bits of. Let me show you what I mean. Alright, so I'm just gonna head inside. Let me just apply these changes a little bit. And you have the effect over here. I gotta pre-warm it. It's pre-warm. Let's head over inside and just make some little bubbles of darkness within this effect. So let's go to particle system, and then for these balls of darkness, and let's add a shape. Just having a little fun over here, right? Let's increase the radius. This shouldn't be a cone, this should be a circle. So the radius would be, say, 4, 5, 5 looks about right. And what we're gonna have inside here is just it's looping. Do we need pre-warm? No, that's not pre-warm there. Duration doesn't matter because this is looping anyway. And I want there to be just random balls of darkness spawning inside this bubble. So we are gonna again use a subtractive material so that we can get the particle system to what's the word I'm looking for, to be black. And so it's hidden behind the map now, so I'm gonna have to get the sorting layer correct. And then we have these orbs over here spawning. And then what I can do is just randomize the size of these. And then let's have a speed of 0. So what they'll do is you just spawn. And then they'll spawn and then they'll fade away, they'll spawn and fade away and spawn and fade away. So it feels like there is an energy field that you are inside of. That. Perhaps let's give them a longer lifetime. 0.5 to 1. And then we can just give it some animation, say let's make it fade out over time and stuff. And so for the emission, you know, we can perhaps reduce this to smaller number. But then we can make the effect maybe last longer as well. Maybe 1.53. And let's do a size over lifetime as well, to make it look even more organic. Why can't I open this? Probably something wrong with my Unity, but you know, if we have them popping up like that, it's just ripples and water, right? It's not too bad as well. I'm not sure if this is the actual Soul Eater effect, but I sure don't mind it. I'll show you how it looks like later once we have everything in place. It's like ripples on the water surface. And last thing we want to do is to make the particles kind of float upwards. It's just a thing that I thought of. Say like this. Does it work? And I always thought the Soul Eater effect was a little lackluster, so addressing that with this little balls darkness, excuse the innuendo. Looks a little bit better, right? Does it? Now we can also make the black a little less apparent. And maybe if we add a bit of noise, that works as well. Look at that, the noise makes it go away, that's because I'm manipulating the wrong object. Apply, changes are made. So for the balls of darkness, if we add some noise, very low strength, be a bit higher. Cool. Yeah, this is just to give the entire thing a little crackly effect. Okay, I like this. Let's see how this works out. Let's test this out again. So I'm testing out the Soul Eater effect. I've just improved it. So we start with the garlic. And let's get Pomerola as well. And let's just max out our weapon so that we can quickly get to the Soul Eater. So Pomerola is level 5 now. Okay, so this should evolve the whole thing, and that's the Soul Eater effect. yeah, there we have it. So what's next? Next up would be, so we have some character stats that are not properly implemented. So if we have passives, the passives have to improve upon character stats, right? So for example, the might that we have isn't implemented. The move speed is the only one that's implemented. The rest of the stats, I don't think, implements themselves. Like for example, the health regeneration stat isn't implemented yet, so the Palmer actually doesn't work. So we can address that. Let me just show you what I mean. If I, okay, we can re-add all the, all the weapons that we took out when we were testing the game last week. So let's go to player stats. Over here, available weapons. Just add all our weapons back. We have made a few weapons, right? We haven't seen them so far. So scriptable object, weapons, let's add the X back. Fire wand, lightning ring, and the whip. These are available. And for the passives, we have spinach, hammer roller, and wings. Wings is the only one that's working now, unfortunately. So perhaps let's get spinach working first. For spinach to work, because spinach is a character stat, right? That means that, so if you play the game, you will see the character has a set of stats. Okay, now the character has no stats, because we have to start from the menu here. Save scene. So the player has a might stat, and a speed stat, and etc. etc. There's no recovery. So if the character has recovery, for example, right, the character should be constantly recovering health, which I don't see. Let me just go to debug and we can see the character's health. Okay, the character's health is not shown inside here by default. So character's health is 1000. So by right, if let's look at recovery first. Let's get ourselves damage. Then let's get hammer roller to increase our recovery. Oh, recovery actually works, huh? So our health is actually recovery. Okay, so hammer roller works. That means we gotta just fix the mind, right? Because move speed works as well. Okay, so let's look at the mind. Let's look at the mind stat then. I think there are a couple of stats in the Vampire Survivors, right? Let's look at each of the stats and how they work. Vampire Survivors stats. So we have player stats. So we have max. We're not gonna implement all the stats right now. We're just gonna implement some of them, and then once we push out, again the focus is to push out the weapon system, the new weapon system, and we just need to get enough of the stats working to push it up. Health is 100 hit points, it's not 1000, so we're gonna reduce that eventually. So we have, is there a knockback stat? I think there is, right? Or is there not? Modifies enemies' health speed. Growth, it's not knockback. Perhaps knockback is just inside the weapon itself, right? It's a weapon stat, it's not a character stat. So let's look at how the weapons deal damage, and then we have to take into account the character's might stat when we are dealing damage. So right now the weapons themselves individually handle the damage dealing. Where's the script? So for example, if you look at the projectile script itself just deals the damage on its own. Doesn't take into account the might of the character. Oh, but we can use the get damage function, you know? Yeah. Where is get? Get damage comes from weapon effect. Oh, we actually don't need this pulse script, so let's just delete that, because we haven't coded anything for it, right? Initially we were gonna use the code lightning ring, but then we just decided to do it ourselves in the weapon script itself. So for the weapon effect, oh, this seems to be taken into account as well. So the problem is there a problem here? Weapon effect takes might into account because stats dot get damage, right? It's the one that gets the damage of the weapon, and then it's multiplied by the owner's might. So all damage that's dealt is affected by the weapon's might. Is that the same for aura? Get damage, yeah, all users get damage. So it does. So all the stats do work. I was under the impression they were not working. Okay, that's interesting. How about our lightning ring? Is that working? Emery, if you're watching this, thanks for the well wishes. So let's look at the lightning ring, how that was coded. And let's see how this deals damage. So it deals damage by using current stats damage, which instead of doing that, we want to use get damage over here. So get damage. So this will get damage will essentially factor in the variance. So then we can just do a get damage here. And And then we have to record the owner of the weapon as well. So does the weapon have an owner? Owner. Inventory have reference stat. Player stat. Let's change the owner and weapon to use player stats instead. Actually, we can move this over to item, right? With inventory right here. Don't need inventory anymore. We can do protected player stats. So the reason why we need this owner is because we need to access the stat, the might stat, to know how much damage to deal. So owner equals find and effect type player stats. And then we can remove the owner attribute here because we find in the item class already. And in the lightning ring, again we get damage here. Let's add the owner's might. Owner.might. Sorry, multiplication. So damage multiplied by the owner's might. And let's see if there's anywhere else where we do damage. Yep, I think that's done. One thing that we can do actually to simplify everything is under the weapon, right? We can just create a get damage function in the weapon itself. Right? So we can remove this as well. Okay, this is gone as well. This is gone, and this is gone because under initialize here we initialize this. Is there a start function? Accidentally close my weapon script. So don't initialize data if weapon is not assigned. We don't need this anymore. Or we can just call initialize here. Yep, and just call initialize here. The item, we do the same thing. There's no start, it's abstract, so we don't have to have a start function. So for the weapon, let's create a get damage function. This gets the amount of damage that the weapon is supposed to be, factoring in the weapon stats including with damage variance as well as the character's might stat. So this will return current stats get damage multiplied by might. Owner.might. So if we do this, then we can just use get damage on the weapon all the time. So then for the lightning ring now, instead of doing current stats get damage, we can just call get damage instead like that. And this will work pretty well. Same for the weapon effect. It's because so over here we have weapon stats, right? We don't need that anymore. We can just so this is the owner, and then we have so this one shouldn't be so when we spawn the weapon effect on the weapon, we have to somehow assign the player stats. So it's just a little bit of refining our code over here. So weapon effect, nope, projectile. So that means that when we spawn the projectile, we just have to make sure to assign the projectile. Just gotta make sure to assign the properties on the projectile properly. So the properties on the projectile weapon, open up the projectile weapon scripts. So here we spawn the projectile and assign the stats. And we gotta assign the owner as well. So prefab owner weapon. And this will just weapon dot get dot make owner might. Get damage is inaccessible due to its protection. Let's make it public. There's no reason this should be private, this should be public. And this fixes the problem. We can't access the weapon stats as well. Weapon Current stats. Current stats is protected. Okay, let's create a getter then. Let's do a public stats get will give you return stat. You know what? Let's just create a function for getStat. For retrieving the weapons stat. So this will be public virtual get stat, which returns and stat. Virtual stat. So this allows the weapons retrieve the stats. So we can just store the weapon stats here. Stat weapon.stats stats, which is equivalent to weapon get stats, and here stat speed and etc. etc. So we want to do the same thing here. Just gotta retrieve the stats. Wherever there are errors, because we're missing stats. So like here we have an error. First you gotta just add this line to get the stats. Same thing here, stats, you're saying minus minus. Wait, we have a copy of the weapon stats, right? We have to store a copy because some of the attributes might be, oh, we can just change things up actually. So when we retrieve the weapon stats, sets the area, sets the lifespan, five. Let's remove this. It clashes with the owner here. Let's come to owner.transform. I'm gonna add a piercing stat right here. So then when we are setting the stats, we will have to set how much piercing stats. So this will be piercing minus. I need for us to retrieve the stat. We still gotta retrieve that because we need the hit effect. Same thing here. Get the stats, but before that we just have to reduce the piercing. So why is it that for piercing we gotta save a separate value? Is because the projectile has to track how many times it is still able to pierce. So if we save it inside the stats object itself, because we are always retrieving it, and then whenever we retrieve it, we'll get the original value. We need to have a value that's tracked for this projectile specifically. So let's see, what do we do next? Projectile does not contain definition of stats. So we have an error over here, so let's fix this error and then we can move on. Line 53, right? Line 53. Sorry, it's in the projectile weapon. Right here. So when we spawn the projectile, now we will have to not implicitly convert so this should be prefab owner equals to owner, right? Spot the weapon. We don't have to pass in the stats anymore. This will be weapon equals to this. So what we are doing is just setting the owner and the weapon for the weapon effect. So in this case here, the projectile, when it spawns a new projectile, we have to be able to tell which weapon spawned this projectile and who is the player that's the owner of this projectile. This is important if you want to implement multiplayer functionality in the future. So you have to be able to track for every weapon, every projectile that you fire, every aura that you have, who owns that aura, who owns that projectile. It's very important so that you can track all the way back to the source. So let's say if you want to have retaliatory damage or something, you will have to have a system like that as well. Not very different if you play MOBAs like Dota or if you play MOBAs like League of Legends. They have a similar system. If you use weapons that reflect damage, then of course if a projectile hits you, the projectile has to be able to trace its owner, right? To be able to damage the owner itself. I hope I'm making sense. I think everything is alright now. Seems like it's alright now. So what else do we have? We have the aura as well, right? Let's check the aura. Aura spawns an aura object. And then here, instead of the stats, we again gotta set the weapon, this, and weapon, this. And then the aura script itself, this would be Let's see the aura weapon. Whenever it levels up, it updates the weapon. Okay, so we don't need this anymore. So whenever the aura, it's just gonna retrieve the stats directly from the weapon itself. So that means that we will just do here weapon get stats, go down, or rather weapon dot stat equals to weapon get stats. Then stats go down and stats knock up. Bracket. Yep, there we have it. The aura is working now. So let's test out whether the might stat increases our damage. So let's see. Okay, we have more errors over here. The X weapon has no definition of stats. Over here, let's pull up our weapons one by one. I think they should all have some form of errors because we've made some minor changes to how the weapons are organized. So the attack function, copy it. Is there a way for us to simplify this? Because the logic here is the same, right? So what I'm thinking of now is because the attack function is largely the same, we can actually make this a little bit more modular. So for example, we can simplify this part. Current stats, projectile prefab. If there is no projectile assigned, set What is base can attack? Base can attack. Here, right? So if there is no projectile assigned, then what we'll do is we will set the weapon on cooldown. Do this. So we perform another attack. So what we can do is we can create a new function here, protected virtual get spawn angle that can be overridden in child classes. So this will return this. Yes. Which direction the project base spawn. Yes, spawn. Yes. So here's the spawn angle. And then the spawn offset will be vector virtual. This will be a vector 2, right? Get the spawn offset. Takes an optional spawn angle parameter and it returns this. So we don't need this spawn offset anymore. We can just do get spawn offset spawn angle. And then we can cast this whole thing into the. Oh, why is it not working? Oh, this should be vector 3. And there we go. So now with this, we don't, because in the X weapon you'll see that all the codes are the same. The only difference is spawn angle and spawn offset. So we can actually not override the attack function, and we can just override the spawn angle and spawn offset functions, like so. So protected override go get spawn angle, and then over here we define a different way to set the spawn angle. So for example, this. And then same thing for the spawn offset, we can just override this. Vector override, vector 2. Spawn offset is the same now, actually, so we don't have to override it. Oh no, it's not the same. So get spawn offset. Let's just so then if we override these two, then we don't have to override the attack function anymore. And the X should still work. And it should work pretty well still. Okay, what else are we missing now? Let's check through the other scripts. How many other scripts do we have? So it's compiling and we'll find there are more errors inside this whole thing. So we have the whip weapon that gives us an error as well. Here it is. Okay, so for the whip, pause. Okay, I'm doing some thinking. Just give me a moment, yeah. So we'll have to remake the whip effect a little bit. So the whip effect is this one right here. Where is our whip again? Oh, it's a projectile, right? So it should be under weapons, projectile, and then we have our whip here. So the problem with our whip currently is that you can't flip it. And so if you were to flip it, you will see that the whole thing just doesn't show up, which problem. So how to rectify this? Instead of using default particle system, we can use default sprite. So this makes everything still work as per normal. But then when you flip it, now it works, which is fantastic. So then we don't have to flip the particle system by using this property now. We can just flip the whole thing wholesale, which is really cool. So we're gonna apply these changes to our whip projectile. So just open the prefab, change the material over to default sprite. It's fine, sprite is default. And now we have the regular whip, and when we reverse the scale, we get this. Yep, which is necessary because the whip goes in both directions. So let's apply these changes, and then now we can scale the whip. So for the whip, for the weapon itself, current stats. Okay, sorry, actually we can just remove this, right? There is no projectile prefab or we cannot attack, set the weapon on cooldown. Once the cooldown becomes 0, attack. So we just change this to we cannot attack, and then we can just do this. We cannot attack, set the current cooldown. Do we have to set the current cooldown? We can do current cooldown is less than 0. So this is just to prevent the attack function from constantly firing, but actually it's not that necessary, but it's just, you know, it's just an extra fail-safe thing that we can do. So for the whip weapon, this is the whip weapon has a substantially different logic. Okay, so for the whip, we have to override the attack function because it's quite different from how your regular projectile works. And we don't have to flip the particle system anymore. We can just flip the local scale. Very important. And this will be prefab dot weapon equals to this. Yada yada yada. Okay, let's try it. Let's try this out. What was the weapon? Oh yeah, we wanted to test out a couple of things, right? The mic, stat. So I was just redesign. I realized I didn't share my coding screen just now. I was redesigning the whip weapon, just fixing the errors on here, and then we made the whip. So previously we had some logic over here to check whether the whip is using a particle system. If it was, then we changed the flip. But then I realized that we don't have to do that now, because again, what did we do in the whip prefab? We made it so that we can set the scale to -1 to flip the whip, right? So once we do that, then we didn't need to have this part to handle the particle system flipping anymore. We can just flip the whip using a regular, just changing the local scale. And I also updated this to prefab the weapon, so we get to keep a reference to this weapon of the projectile. And our whip should be working now. So now yeah, it's playable. A couple of things we want to test. We want to test if the weapons do increase damage after we take the spinach. That's one thing. So let's get a record of how much damage the weapon deals. It's a little difficult to track now because remember that we had a video that shows you how to do damage pop-up text. Well, I haven't implemented it in this branch, so I've created a separate branch for the weapon system revamp. So in this branch, sadly I haven't implemented the damage pop-up yet, so I have to merge the two branches together to be able to get damage pop-up. So we're gonna have to manually do this. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do here is let's have a look at the bed's health. So the bed right here has a health of we can't see the health. Has a health of, let's try this one. The bed has a health of, where's the bed's health? Let's expose the bed's health. Otherwise, it's gonna be very difficult to track damage that you have. So let's go to scripts. We shouldn't do a hide inspector. Let's remove all of these. Yeah, let's export the enemy's health and stuff. Fine. So now we can click on enemy and see how much health we have, how much health we are dealing with each of our knife. So what we have here is we have a bed, and the bed has 10 health. So let's see if we can damage to it. So health of 10, and damage is there, the health drops to 2. Let's try this again with, say, a spinach. So with a spinach we have here, let's shoot a knife towards the bed. This is the bed that we want, right? So how much damage to deal now? So now it deals about 10% more damage, right? You'll see the damage there here is increased. So the spinach does work. So if I were to get another piece of spinach, I think I should be able to kill these monsters in one hit. Let's try spinach again. Now reference exception. Can't level up the spinach. It's funny. Attempts to there we go. So for each where's this error coming from? 107. I think for this we just have to do if evolution data. If there's no evolution data, then we just what is the now reference exception we're having? 107 item data dot evolution. Evolution data is an array, right? So with this dot length less than or equals to 0, then we just ignore this, right? Why does length not work? Let's see if this fixes our issue. And this should be fine now. Ah, we have no spinach over here. Let's try the whip anyway. So the whip is facing the wrong direction. But you know what? Let's fix the spinach first. Let's get the spinach to show up. Knife character. Spinach. Let's try getting spinach twice. There's still a null reference over here. 106 now. Line 106. So evolution data dot lang. Why is this a issue, huh? If this is reported now. Oh, this works. So if this is now returned true, this should fix the spinach issue. No spinach appearing now. Spinach. More spinach. So now the spinach works. How about wings? Let's try wings. Wings gives us such an obvious boost to the speed. Windows only 10%. I'm just getting all the passives now. Wings too. Now we are fast enough to catch up with the objects. But our weapons are terrible. We don't have any weapons. Any good weapons? To correct myself. Let's get lightning ring. We can level up faster. Oh no, lightning ring is not firing. What's going on? Weapons not working. Got garlic. All our weapons are not working now. Because God knows what it is. Weapon effect, get damage. The lightning ring is not working. What else? The garlic is not working as well. Let's look at the garlic first. Who knew, right? When we optimized our code that there was gonna be all these issues. Okay, let's look at why the lightning ring is not working. Is it cooling down? So it's cooling down, getting all these player damage VFX, which we have to rectify later. The knife projectiles are around as well. They don't seem to be disappearing. Okay, the knives are disappearing. Okay, let's look at why the garlic is not doing damage. So where's our garlic? Our garlic is here, aura is here. There's no owner to garlic. The weapon. So the issue is this line in aura. Now we have the stats here though. Like giving weapon effect, get damage. Weapon is down. The aura's weapon is down. But the Scarlet controller now. So you see, whenever the enemy gets in the aura, then the arrow fires like crazy. Which it doesn't make sense. Garlic aura, garlic. You can understand if there is no owner, but then there is. Oh, this is empty. There we go. This is empty, which means okay, I found out what's missing. What's missing is when we equip the aura, we didn't set the owner. So then we are not able to calculate the damage because there is no owner, so then we can't take into account the might of the owner. So under the equip function, under the aura weapon, we have to set current aura owner equals to 4. This is the weapon's owner, right? And yep, this should fix the aura. Now to figure out why the lightning ring is not firing, so let's run this thing through again. With knife character, it's easy to kill stuff with a knife compared to the garlic. Garlic is a lot harder to use. It's palm roller. Where can I get my... Oh, all the wrong weapons showing up. Okay, garlic, let's try garlic. Okay, now it's back to working again. Fantastic. So let's figure out the lightning ring and why it's not working. These are all just small bugs that we have to find. Just because we reorganized a portion of our code just now. So let's look at the stats again. So the lightning ring is able to cool down and then it right here, but then it doesn't fire. So we've got to find out why it doesn't fire the lightning ring. So let's look at the lightning ring script again. And set a get damage function that's not working. Let's leave a few logs like Unity. So if the current cooldown is less than 0, we crash to select it. Log. Here, debug.log name target. Okay, so let's test this out. Let's pray for lightning ring. Lightning ring. So the entire thing is not firing at all, seems. And I think I've roughly got the idea of why it is. So this part is not firing at all. If there is no hit effect sign, so this is failing, huh? Debug.log lightning ring with lightning ring fails to fire. There we go. So our issue is this little part here. That's because lightning ring is a projectile weapon. So in projectile weapon, we just added a check, right? See if there is no projectile prefix, return false. So maybe we need to have it as a projectile weapon. Just gonna I need to go to ChatGPT for a while. How do I access the parent function? Right. Base, grandparent is. I can chain it to indicates design issues in code. Let's not return false. So this is the one that's blocking the lightning ring, because lightning ring doesn't have a projectile. So maybe we shouldn't check if there is a projectile, and instead over here what we're gonna do is just leave an error message. Yeah, this is probably not a good idea to do this. There is no projectiles. Did we check for the projectile protect? You know what, let's just try doing this. Yes. Let's try whether this works first, and we'll decide if you want to remove this projectile effect. So lightning ring, retail fire now. Oh, the Stack Overflow. requested script pause stack condition. So what ChatGPT gave us didn't work. Can't do it. Let's remove this one. Let's just ignore the. Let's just ignore this. And what else should we ignore? There's no projectile prefab. Okay, let's get back to this later. So we can just not check whether there is a projectile prefab assigned. I think that would be fine. So if we don't have a projectile prefab, then we'll leave a message and we'll reset the data. No projectile prefab time. Warning. So the warning message over here is just so that when the code is released and you set your own weapons, like if you forget to assign a projectile prefab, at least you get a warning about it. So projectile prefab not be set for so we just want to leave an error, we just want to leave a warning message, inform the player that the projectile prefab has been set, and this would be a nice thing to do, and false. And we also set the character down like that. So then we can shorten the part with character. And then we can do the same for the expert, the whip weapon. Because we also want to check if the projectile prefab is defined or not. And then same logic here. So what this does is that this improves upon the code base because now you get a warning when you don't set a projectile prefab object. And also now the lightning ring should continue working again. So we can just remove this because we just calls the parent function. And it should no longer fail to fire. And then we can again here set a hit effect warning for the lightning ring. So over here, lightning ring doesn't use projectile prefab, so there's no need for effect for it. So we do have to check the hit effect. So this should be hit effect prefab has not been set for the lightning ring. And then here we just check whether we are able to attack. And this should get all of our code to work. Let's try this. So now the last thing is to get the whip to work. I think the lightning ring should work now. No problem. So the width. So why is our width not flipping? That's the big question. Okay, where the width is here. Scale is 1, 1, and 1. When it should be -1. Flip is not happening as well. So we gotta look at the code. Wait. I have got the code here all wrong. It should be this. Okay, let's try this again. It's just a small typo ahead, it seems. Okay, no width. Where is the width? No width yet. Still no width. There we go, now we have the width. So the width doesn't face the right direction, regardless of what. Let's do a debug.log. Okay. Okay, let's test our lightning range. Start working. There we go. It's back. Okay, no width. So you see all the messages that appear here just because I added them just now. Now we just gotta get our width. Still no width. Why is the character so fast even though it's just 10%? Did I forget to change some things? Okay, I think the wings was overtuned, the values are wrong. But you know, we can live with that. Why is there no width? Where is the X? There we go, the width. So this is actually -1. spawn direction, but then so this -1 over here is this message over here. But the spawn direction is less than 0, but then this is not. It's true. So I guess I have to show this value here. Refab transform local scale.x, showing two values over here right now. -1 and 1 over here. Let's why is the width going in all the wrong direction? The width for the tile is here. If we set the scale to -1, this successfully flips. The problem is that it's not setting itself to -1. Let's try dropping it inside here. Then we will just print out the local scale value of. I'm just moving the message inside here, and then we will test it again. This value is -1. The width doesn't seem to. So this here says -1, and then the width is still 1. It's not flipping. Why is this the case? Let's get the text on the word spawn again. So when the whip spawns, everything is correct, but then the prefab always forces itself back to 1. Doesn't make sense. Unless the projectile script has something that resets the scale. There we go. So we have this little thing here that resets the scale. So it increases the area of the projectile. Okay, got it. So it's just a bug with the projectile script. How do we rectify this? We just multiply this with form local scale x, then we can do a math time. Okay. So that we can retain the, if the value is flipped from x and y, we can retain those. And this should fix the problem with the projectile. Why is the width not coming? Annoying. There we go, the width should be here. So now it works fine. So we've got to fix that there is a minor knockback issue with the width that's got to be fixed. Let's okay, back here to the width weapon, and then we have do we have a width projectile script that we do we have a width projectile script? Otherwise, we might have to create a new. So the width projectile uses the projectile script. Damage source is either projectile or owner. So this should be owner, right? It shouldn't be projectile. Little mistake made with the width. So damage source is owner. It means that whenever you hit something, it's gonna take the knockback, or rather it's gonna determine the knockback from where the position of the owner is instead of the position of the enemy. Sorry, instead of the position of the projectile. Game just refuses to give me a whip, you know, and always gives me something else. Where's my width? Getting everything but the width. Let's you know what? Let's create a new character that has the width. RNG is just being terrible to us. Where is the character data? Or you know what? We can just change the knife character to whip character. That works as well. Now you get a whip. So now the whip should be working fine. When you hit something, it's always gonna push the thing back properly. There we go. Okay. So it seems like everything works fine now. I'm gonna go give myself a breather. When we come back, a couple more things we have to work on. So one of the things I was thinking of is we can fix the health over here, and then we can get the treasure chest to work, give us a random new weapon. I think that's just probably just a small change. And then after that, we'll just look through the project to see what are the issues we have to fix. And we should be very close to launch. So after this stream, we perhaps should be able to start putting together a video. It's a lot to go through for this part here, but yeah. So once everything is down, then probably I'll look through the code and we'll see how to organize this into a coherent video. It's gonna be pretty long, I think. Yeah, so I'll see you back, or rather I'll be back here in about 10 minutes or so. I'm just gonna give myself a small breather before I continue coding. back. So let's fix a couple more things that are not working with our new system. So one of the other smaller features we had, let me just change Canaro back to being a knife guy. He's already a knife guy. Is the treasure chest. So we will have a better interface for it, but right now if you walk over the treasure chest, you get an error that says it's just an error of the treasure chest. So we've got a, let's just head inside here and then see what's wrong with it. Yes, let me remove all the debug logs with the lightning ring. Okay, what is wrong with the treasure chest here is, well, it uses the inventory manager. Let's kind of change this to use the player inventory instead, which is our new system, right? So right now the treasure chest seems to be there only for us to evolve weapons. So the treasure chest doesn't give us a random weapon at all, it just evolves the weapon random. Let's replicate the same functionality in the treasure chest with our new system. So let's look at the inventory manager. Sorry, play inventory. Yeah, possible. This is gone, right? Sorry, let me just check how the weapon evolution setup works again. So here we have the weapons, all the new weapons stuff. And then for each of the weapons, we have any evolution data that we want here inside. And then there is a condition for the evolution. So under do level up here, I'm checking whether the evolution equals item. Is that evolution? The item. Sorry, it's item data. Item data. Evolution. Condition equals to tries to evolve into every listed weapons, evolution, so under our treasure chest, we will have to look through the entire inventory and then try and evolve each of them. We'll get back. So the treasure chest is supposed to give us a random weapon as well, right? But you know what? Because it's not coded, I don't want to throw this into part 15 as well. We have enough content as it is. So I'm just gonna redo this so that it tries to evolve any other weapons that are available in your inventory. So let's get started with that. Okay, so where are we? Go to chest. Get the possible evolutions. So we have to go back to the inventory over here. And since we are here, let's also revamp the weapon slots. So here we've created a slot struct here, but then we haven't. So I wanted to merge these two. Yeah, so that we always have just one set of slots for the weapons and one set of slots for the passives. Which means we can do this, weapon slots and passive slot like this. And then once we do this, we can remove all this. And after that, we have to deal with all the errors that occur. So this will be slot S. And this will be S dot this will be S dot data. And we return. We're gonna cause quite a lot of errors here, but it's for the betterment of it's for it'll help make the whole thing a lot easier in the future. So this is let's get this, let's call this item. So this will be item. So then this will just be weapon slots, and it contains weapons here, it contains passives here. and this will be s.item.data equals to type. And then I'll have to pass this into a massive. I have to pass the item into a passive and check the data here. Passive p equals to s. Here p dot data, then this should return a weapon. Makes sense now? This will be a weapon view. We return a weapon. Weapon slots. View equals to slots. And w.data. Destroy the weapon here, and then this will be weapon slots dot. So the weapon slot contains the UI image as well, so this will be UI. Now we can call this, it's more appropriate to call this. One is disabled, weapon slots, right. Icon sprite on. Let's just call this image. Great name. Okay, so actually we can write a function here. Public void assign then we can just assign the weapon. Assign the weapon and then we can move the weapon as well. So we can do a slot assign, takes the item, and then when it does, we will just set the item to be close to the item. And image will just be item.data. Item is weapon. Weapon W equals to item. Weapon image equals to item.data. Weapon.data. Weapon.data. Image sprite. And this would be image dot enable. Else if this is a passive, weapon is passive, and we do the same thing here. So this is assigning an item, assigning a weapon to the slot. And then we can also assign, rather we can also remove the weapon from the slot. So same thing. Remove doesn't need to have a item. So for remove, we'll just set, very simple, we'll just have to. So for assign, we have to assign the item, right? So for remove, we just set item equals to now image enable equals false, image sprite equals to. So then we don't have to manually code all of this stuff inside. We can just head over down to remove here, and then from remove, we just have to find the slot. And then if it's a weapon, and then the weapon's data is equals to this data, we just do weapon slots I dot, and this will disable the sprite. And everything. And then of course we can call on and equip here, and then we don't have to set the set now because this is done for us already. So we unequip the weapon, destroy it, and return true. So this shortens the code by a lot. Same thing for the passive. So right here we will get the reference to the passive. Passive key. Yes. And then here if passive slots data. Sorry, this will be key.data. We don't need this because same thing. And here we will just get the weapon slots high. Let's give this a more appropriate name. Let's call this clear. We don't need this. Run the on and the click function. Don't need to unassign this because the clear function already does it. And here, remove. Gotta do the same thing here. We want to destroy the game object of the weapon, right? And here it's just to decide whether you want to call this remove function or this remove function. So for add is a little more dicey. So for each of the slots that we have, we will have to check whether it's empty or not. Probably have to do a system serializable here. And finds an empty slot, adds certain type. So under the slot here, we also have to add a function here that says boolean is. So if the we just return whether item is supposed to not. So this is just to check whether the slot is empty or not. If there is no item assigned, then it's empty. So when we want to add a slot, we will have to find an empty slot. So here this will be weapon slots is empty. So if it's empty, then we will find the slot. And then we will try and assign something to the slot. So over here, there is no if we can't find an empty slot, we exit. Weapon slots, spawn a weapon. Weapon UI slots does not exist in current context. So this will be dot assign spawn weapon. Assign the weapon to the slot. Initialize the weapon, assign it to the slot. We close it. Close the level up UI. The same thing here, passive slots. And then over here, passive slots, assign. level up. We might want to redesign this function as well to see how it goes. And W equals to weapon slots. And weapon. So W is not equals to now. Data is chosen weapon upgrade. This will be W current level. And this, and over here, this will be say P equals to active slots I dot as active, and P is not equals to now, and whatever. Last error is key here. Level weapon. Does the weapon have a level up option? Go up weapon. Weapon do level. Yeah, it's just do level up, right? So this is just a slight bit of reorganizing for the play inventory, so that it uses a slot object here instead of using a lot of different variables. Cannot convert, so we have to look at the other scripts now and try and fix the errors that have arose from our reorganization of code. So let's have a look at the error. It's under line 232. And then there is one more at line 321. So let's look at 230 something. So this should be player inventory dot slot s in passive slots. And from here we have to do passive P equals to s dot item passive. And then there's one more error over here that we're gonna fix. Assign chosen weapons and passive items here. This goes to the game manager. Where is our game manager? Assign chosen weapons and passive UI. So over here, it's check that both lists have the same length. Chosen weapons and passive items are different. Well, I don't think we have to call this anymore. That's Any consolation? Let's try taking this out. And the player stats, because anyway when we assign the weapon, right, automatically the icon is assigned. So that means let's go back to player stats. We don't have to call this. Now reference exception. Okay, so let's go back to the scene and let's go back to the main scene here, the game, and we have to go back to the player inventory because the slots are different now, right? So we will have to, let's have a look. Weapon, oh, we can't show the slots, huh? Can we show the slots over here? Public struct slot is system serializable. We're missing the weapon slot and the passive slots now. So here we have the inventory slots. Image, and so the image here is missing because why can't we see the slots? If we go to debug mode, you see the slots. Okay, stats. Let's play. Play inventory is here. So we should be able to see the slots. Weapon slots here, and then there's the passive slots here as well. So we are going to have to still assign. For now, you're still gonna have to assign the slots. Okay. Let's in the future we'll create something that automates this whole process. But now it's just to make everything a lot more organized than before, right? So weapon slots and the passive slots. Slot 3, slot 4, slot 5, and slot 6. So once we assign all of these slots, everything will start working. So, oh, there's no weapon assigned, but we have a weapon on the character. Okay, so this is funny because the weapon slots are not getting assigned. Yeah, and just this is assignment. This is the assignment. Inventory and just trying to find out where the bug is right now. So we have add function here that adds the starting weapon. Debug log sign there. And we want to do a string of that. This will be log. So when you start the game, automatically a weapon is assigned to the character. I'm not sure why it's not going in the slot, because it should go into the slot. So you assign knife controller to the player. So when we play the game, the message comes out, but nothing updates on the weapon slots. Maybe that's because the slot has to be a class. So if we change this to a class, I think this fixes the problem. There we go. So I think now everything works as we intend it to. If I add a spinach, this comes here. Fantastic. And a whip. Okay, so the slot system works as well now. Whip is fine. So as you play further, you'll see the items will update, which is great. Available items, available. So everything is a lot more organized now in terms of the inventory system. We just have weapon slots, passive slots, available weapons, available passives, upgrade UI options. So the last thing we want to do again, we started off on treasure chest. So here we just want, when we open the treasure chest, to get all the possible evolutions, and if anything is capable of evolving, then we will just evolve. Declare. So hit something. Let's redesign the treasure chest a little bit. We don't need to have this. We can just pass the play inventory over here. So this will be play inventory B boolean, and this will be here. We will check if there is if the play has a play inventory. So we do a collider get for none. And if P, so we don't have to check the play type. And this will pass in the play inventory. Like that. So this allows us to support multiplayer in the future. If you have multiple players, then you can't just do a find objective type play inventory. It's problematic because otherwise it only applies to the first player, right? So open treasure chest. Let's play inventory here. And in the play inventory, we have to be able to see which items are capable of evolving. So we have to create a function for that. To cycle through everything in the inventory and try and evolve everything. Oh, this is public. So in the treasure chest, then we can just grab the inventory. If inventory dot this is P, right? Let's call this inventory instead. If inventory dot weapon slots, so we'll just try and evolve everything, all the weapons in the weapon slot. We're not gonna bother about passives because I don't think we can combine two passives together so far. So if there are more than zero, oh, actually we don't need this. We just do a for each. Three weapon slots. So for each player inventory slot S inventory slot here, we will just get the weapon. Weapon W goes to S, item W dot can evolve we will attempt evolution. Let's it's another item, right? This one. So if actually this is pretty simple. We don't have to, since we've already coded all the logic in the item, right? Inside the treasure chest, we can just get everything to attempt evolving. So if W data evolution data evolution data. We have to look through everything in all the possible evolutions as well. So look through every weapon that look through every possible evolution as well. So this would be item data evolution configuration. Oh, sorry, this is just evolution. For every evolution in the items data, check whether the condition for evolution is equals to data evolution and so if it evolves via treasure chest, then we can do an attempt weapon attempt evolution. With no level up because it's already done leveling up. Treasure chest doesn't level up the item. So once any evolution succeeds, then we will stop because we don't want to evolve everything. We want to just evolve the first thing that we find, which means let's look at attempt evolution and the weapon and the item. So if the evolution succeeds, only so we will attempt to evolve the weapon. Okay. Then if the attempt succeeds, then we will return if evolution succeeds. So here what it does is that it looks through every weapon and then it looks through every possible evolution of the weapon. And we attempt to evolve all of them until we find one that successfully evolves. And then we stop. So actually now with all this set, right, we should be able to use the treasure chest to evolve. Okay. So let me just start with the garlic character. Get Pomerola as well. And from here, let's just hack the weapons. So let's set the garlic to level 7 and then the Pomerola to level actually we can just set both to level before we do that, let's go over to the scriptable object, the weapon and garlic. We've got to set the condition over here, the treasure chest. And then same for the passive as well. And the Pomerola, the evolution level for the over here we gotta set it to treasure chest. So once we find one thing that can evolve, we will stop. So we've gotta set the evolution from both sides if we want it to be automatic. Then let's try this again. Hammer roller. And then let's max out the garlic as well as the hammer roller. Or rather, let's set it to one level before maxing, just to make sure that it doesn't evolve until we want it to. So hammer roller goes to level 5, no evolution. Level 8. So it doesn't evolve now, right? Because the condition is set to treasure chest. So once I pick up the treasure chest, you will see the weapon evolve, which is quite amazing. Yeah, now we have the Soul Eater. There we go. Why are all the weapons? Our weapons not showing up now? But all the weapons are showing up. Always. Yeah, it's probably a small bug somewhere that maybe we can get to in a later time. So I think our weapon system is done. Over the next week, I will be looking at how this little bug over here. We just have one lightning ring and one wings. Something is off here. Let's play a little bit more. I think it's because our Palmarola and our garlic are max level, so there's probably an issue with the play inventory script that we have to fix. Under play inventory, gotta show the upgrade options. So if the level is maxed out, we do not allow upgrade. You shouldn't disable that though. If your weapon is at max level, do not allow upgrade. But we don't have to disable the upgrade UI. Same thing for the passive. Let me just max this out and then we can kind of showcase everything. So we have a garlic, and then what we want to do is showcase the treasure chest and the evolution of the garlic to Soul Eater. So I'm just gonna get a garlic and the Marauder, because both of them together they evolve, and I want to set both of their levels to something else. Yeah, so that they evolve faster. So level 5, Pump Roller. And Garlic. So now with both of them at the max level, we can pick up the treasure chest and we can get the Soul Eater. So now we are still able to get a garlic, which we have to do something about, because we can't get two copies of the same weapon. And let's look at the evolution again. I think there's something off about it. Let's just get the camera roller and then we can just max everything up. And then from there, so the garlic is still there after I got the soul eater. The garlic still exists. It's a problem. Why does it still exist? Is it because we set the wrong settings? Yeah. So garlic, it consumes all weapons. So it should consume the weapon, right? It's not consumable. Item. Perhaps the remove function is not working. Let's try it. Let's check the remove function. Got trying to remove data. Okay, let's try this again. Now our garlic is not going away. Problem. Okay. So assign. So we are not trying to. I'm not trying to remove the weapon now. Removal of the weapon failed. Let's try this debug.log weapon data. So I'm adding an extra debug.log here to see whether this works. Level 8, level 5. Seems like the remove function is not working, huh? So we have to go back to the code and figure out why log 10 we conceal. Oh, I wonder this is because this is the wrong. This should be conceal weapons. So the little thing here that's wrong that's causing the issue. I think shouldn't have any issue now. Let's go back to. It's just a little typo in the code. You know, it's a lot of these sometimes when you're writing a big repository of code. Just miss out certain details. garlic controller. Does the garlic get removed this time? Oh, there we go, it gets removed. But we can pick up another garlic. Which is a problem that we have to deal with. So one more thing is that when we remove the weapon that we should remove the weapon first, then we add the solution, right? So I think we are doing the process wrong. Add this first. So we should remove the weapon first, then we add the new thing. So let's move this up. So that the evolved weapon will occupy the same slot as the weapon that was just removed. Otherwise, it will occupy one slot after. Wrong setup. Oh, we have both already. So let's get this to be level 8, level 5. Evolve, and then you see this thing comes here. So we shouldn't be able to get any more palm rollers or garlic. But here we have 2 palm rollers, so I'm not sure why this is happening. So clearly we have some small bug in the system. But I really want to fix everything today though. I don't want to, so that we can go into packaging this whole thing up and releasing a new part. Let's see what's wrong with the level up, that it's showing all the wrong things. Chosen weapon is already in the next level, do not allow upgrade. So if the chosen weapon is the max level, instead of doing upgrade, really do it like that. Same thing for this part. This should be like continue, so that we can find other weapons to display, right? Okay, what else do we need? We need to make it so that if we have a soul eater, for example, then we will remove the garlic from the possible weapons to pick to get. So probably the simplest way to do this is to, if you look at the inventory system, right, we have a list of all the weapons that can appear. So then when we evolve to the Soul Eater, the easiest way is to just remove the garlic from the possible available weapon. Yeah, that's quite simple. So let's go to item. So if the passive is consumed or the weapon is consumed, you will want to do want to remove this passive data. We want to remove this from the inventory, and then we also want to available passive. Oh wait, let's underplay. Let's look at remove again. Again, remove, upgrade. We also have boolean to remove this item from the upgrade with upgrade availability. What we are doing on remove items is that we are going to add an option so that we can remove it from the upgrade list as well. And this will prevent the item from, of course, getting upgraded. So, upgrade availability. If that happens, then we will just do a if remove upgrade availability is true, then we will just go to available weapons remove this. Remove this weapon from the upgrade. And same thing for the passive. Remove this passive. Yeah. So by removing the garlic from the upgrade pool, once we get the soul eater, we will not be able to get the garlic again. So I think that just about wraps up everything that we have to do. We've fixed the treasure chest, we've just done a lot of optimizations on the code over the course of today. It's not very tangible because again, this is all the back-end stuff that we are doing. Architectural stuff that we are doing. Now I can't get a thumb roller. Let's try again. Roller. Set this to level 5 and level 8. Evolve this. So after evolving, let's see if garlic and the palm roller still appears. Why is it still appearing? Let's see if the garlic appears as well. Garlic stops appearing because it's removed from wherever, right? But the palm roller is still spawning. It shouldn't be spawning. So if you look at the inventory here, the upgrade options, they're available. Available passives, palm roller is still there. But the garlic is still there as well. Seems like the bugs never Bugs, so many bugs. It's so many things to fix, man. Remove. I'm gonna add true value. True. Let's fix the palm roller thing as well. Level. Stable upgrade. The weapon is already at the max level. And if the passive is already at the max level, we do not allow the upgrade. So this continues. Define another passive. Then passive. It's showing a couple of debug messages. See why garlic is still showing why palm roller is still showing up when my level is 5 for it. So when it's at the max level, it shouldn't be showing up already. Palm roller. So 8 and 5. I don't understand why palm roller is still showing up when it's at max level, you know. It's at the max level, so it shouldn't be showing up at all. If it's the max level, what do we do? This is not an easy fix because we have to revamp the entire grid system as well. I'm thinking if I should revamp the whole thing now or whether I should just put in a hack first. Like, it's just an easy fix. It's not the best fix, but it works. Makes everything work for most of the time. Because if I record this, it's gonna take another half an hour, an hour. It's gonna be very long. It's gonna be a very long recording if I do that. You know what? I think I'm just gonna spawn a new passive item for now. Over here. We have to import this system as now with tables. We create a slot to we fit a weapon that so I'm just gonna. This is alright. New is not the solution here. Over here is level up. Box. So then this will head over here and just spawn a new passive item. It's not best solution. There are better ways to do this. But time is not something that we have. So this should stop the hammer roller from showing up when it's at max level. So now once we evolve our weapon, there shouldn't be any more issue with the weapons still showing up again or showing up multiple times, you know, that kind of stuff. Hammer roller, and let's max out everything. Level 8, level 5. What's going on now? Umbrella is not max level yet. Okay, now this is what we have. Oh, why is this thing just showing up, man? Let's look at this now reference issue. It's, line 29. View. This is a small weapon. As for the pamphlet still showing up at level 5. Quit set. Out of ideas now. Hey, level 5. Let's hope Palmroller doesn't show up anymore once levels are met. I think this is now fixed. I may be wrong, but I think it's all looking good now. Yep, and we've got everything working. So next up, what's gonna happen in the next stream is over the next 2 to 3 weeks, I'm going to be looking into packaging this whole thing into a video. So that's gonna come with an article. So next week we'll still have a stream, but the stream will not be with the weapon system. So one of our Patreons asked if we are able to ask me how do we create a mobile version of this series. It's gonna take a couple of hours, maybe 2 to 3 hours. So I'm just gonna do a quick stream to show how you can convert this project into a mobile version, and then there won't be the next stream won't be about weapon system. So the weapon system is probably gonna take 2 to 3 weeks for me to document all the changes and put out a tutorial video regarding it. So really glad we got here today. A lot of bugs, very frustrating, but we got there in the end, which is what matters, right? So that's all for the stream today. Thanks for tuning in if you did, even if it's for a couple of minutes. I know the stream is not very exciting, right? It's just coding, and it's not the coding new weapons, seeing animations and stuff, right? It's just a lot of scripting, and you see a lot of code, and then you see a lot of bugs, and then you see me pouring through lines after line after line of code to figure out where the bugs are. I'm done for today, so I'll see you guys next week.